Okay, I'm not saying very much today. I have too much to think about. So I'm just gonna do what I need to do. And that's what it's gonna be. Today is gonna be very focused. As it has been since about 6 o'clock in the morning. Or something. Yep, let's make sure we have the full documented case of these different context statuses. Strong, weak, ambiguous, absent, insufficient. If there isn't an explicit case, it will unlikely not know how to handle those cases. So yeah, let's just add those examples. They probably don't need to be carried out across the entirety of the prompts. This is something that would be handled in the prompt that deals with handling the baseline pack right before any states of being or action are extracted. So yeah, let's make the changes for that there.
At what point did I realize it is time?
I'm looking at example 4S, and the strength inside of the template context candidates is weak. Is that because there wasn't a usual gym template already existing on the deliverable side that was a part of the baseline pack? If so, I don't think this is what strength is supposed to be measuring here. This is strength regarding this specific Y, right? It shouldn't there is a pretty high strength here regarding the fact that there is no pack alias, and so we need to make a new usual gym template. Hmm. Fun. Yep. Yep. Okay. Okay, so one thing I just thought of. What's that? Okay, one thing I'm thinking of right now is like we're considerate of the fact of extracting the date essentially from what like schedule page they're on, like it will use that date. Um, but we haven't actually accounted for the fact that there's going to be a template page as well. So, for example, like say they're on the actual template UI and they say something like, "Let's make my usual gym an hour." That would be the case where they actually are referring to, making a change to the duration of their existing usual gym template rather than the example we have right now that's saying like the user edits today's place usual gym length. So the context essentially would be understood differently depending on the UI that the user is on. And for what we're designing at this point, there's basically three places they can be because the model is basically like no matter where they are, there's always the same agent that they talk to in the app. Like it's just a banner that goes on the bottom. So it's either they're on the page where it's the schedule, the where the actual schedule is show, and then we grab the date from there essentially. So the context is more specific to scheduling, right? Like it has a preference to, mapping their input more associated with scheduling things, but obviously also being considerate of maybe they're talking about templates or whatever, like as we've already accounted for. And then the other case, which we haven't explicitly accounted for yet, is having like a context preference towards template functionality, like when they actually are on the template page, and then even more so if they're looking at a specific template and then they say something along the lines of like, let's make this template an hour, like that would be referring to this as in, the template they're currently looking at on the UI, something along those lines. And then the third option would be if they're on neither of those pages, like maybe they're just on the home screen, they logged into the app and navigated maybe like to the settings page or something, I don't know, and then they just started talking from there and then tried to schedule or whatever the case may be. But those are basically the three lanes that we need to support. And then as the app develops, with more toolkits or more functionality, whatever, we would just add more lanes on top of that. But in terms of the core product functionality, those are the three main lanes. So it's either they're on a scheduling page, they're in the templates page, or they're on neither, which is like a more general page, which isn't explicitly mapped to necessarily any sort of app functionality at all, but they can still essentially talk to the agent inside of the app from there. So I'm not exactly sure how to go about incorporating this right now, but I just wanted to make note that this is something that we need to account for. And the reason it came to mind now is because we're working on the templates section. And then I was just kind of thinking ahead because it's not always the case that they're going to be defining templates from the schedule page, which is kind of the mental framework that we're working from right now. So, yeah, I'm not sure if we want to include this now or essentially plan for being able to incorporate this type of functionality later. So yeah, let me know what you think about all of this. Like there should probably be inside of input segments like a flag basically that says like what page or like there needs to be somewhere like maybe probably in the baseline pack actually I can't remember exactly. I can't really scroll. Oh no, I can. Let me hold on. So I actually want to make a change to this because it's kind of getting like hold on. So what I think I want to do actually is well, let me get this going and then I'll explain what I'm thinking. Yeah, exactly. So this, I believe, was in the baseline pack. Like it's. Let me find it. active surface here, yeah. So it's in the baseline pack. So it basically is going to tell the LLM what page they're on. Like here, let me find an example where there is actually an active surface. Here, so the active surface, it tells you the schedule, the date, and the forget exactly what this is doing. Okay, so what I want to do is I think really quickly finish up 4 and 5 like to the best that I can inside of this file, and then I'm actually gonna make a new file and go through it with a bit different structure, because when I initially designed these prompts, it was a very different design than what it is now, and I think because of that, it has like made the file unnecessarily complicated. For what the functionality actually is going to be now, I think it can be simplified quite a bit. So let's get back to where we were. I'll very quickly go through prompt 4, I think, and then basically just tell it, okay, do the same thing for prompt 5, basically, because 4 and 5 are basically the same thing. They're just for different states of action, but the logic is like almost the exact same. So it should be able to do that, and then once I have 4 and 5 in a good spot, I'll make a new plan file, and essentially I'm going to sit for a little bit and come up with the right structure for it, and try to condense what we have right now, because I think it can be like extremely simplified. Mm. Mhm. Hmm. Okay, let's just keep going. So it actually did make the change. This is what I was just talking about. So here, this would get. Um, yeah, this is correct. Like this is so mental. Like basically, what we need to do is restructure this like in the way where like there's just one example section and it works all of the different parts of the data structure fully through. And then there's just like all the different cases, you know. Essentially, here's all the different types of like baseline packs that you can get. Actually, it would be more like here's all the different types of user inputs we expect. And here's how they all get worked out based on the different types of baseline packs. And then you work those full examples all the way through the data structure, like all the different states of being, action, and then like above that example section is where the breakdown of all of the data structure lives. Like to have it like right now it's like section by section and then the examples carry over across sections and it's like very confusing and like there's like 10 letters explaining different subsections. It's like very confusing. Like it's right, but it's just like unnecessarily complicated. So this would be um what was it called again? The active surface. what even example is this? Pairs example 5TC rule. Okay, so where it says pairs example 5TC and rule 3G, this is the case where the active surface would have been schedule. Is that correct? Because the example above where it says, hold on, I'm looking for it. It says do my usual gym at 5. Hold on, I'm looking still. I don't think that's what it was. Yeah. So when the active surface was templates, and then the input was to change the duration, I think it looks like. In that case, it worked correctly because it can create the map because they're already on that template surface. But then yeah, for the example that I was saying, where it's let's make my usual gym an hour, you would get this type of behavior where it's only affecting the schedule side if they were on the schedule UI. Is that correct? Like here, this would mean two different things depending on if you're on the schedule page or the template page. So, where's my iPad? I might just do this now. No idea where it is. I know this change needs to happen. I just don't know when the best time to do it is. Probably I finished 4. I just finished 4, completely ignore whatever is in 5, and then start going from there. And the reason this is so much better this way is because if the examples are built like the way I described, then as you introduce a new section, you can just build on top of the already existing things rather than having to create a whole new thing every time. I kind of just want to do it now. Because it's I'm looking over things that are pretty much correct, but the structure is like all over the place. So it's like I'm looking over things that I might not even need to look over. Like with the new structure, a lot of these would probably be collapsed into like way less examples, and then it's just a lot more efficient to read. Okay, so I'm noticing that we're kind of all over the place here now inside of the LLM's prompts plan file. Like there's so many different letters and numbers for examples and so many different branches, and it's just very hard to follow by eye going through them, and I'm anticipating that the LLM might struggle as well. Like it just seems like there's a lot of unnecessary complexity, and I think a big part of that is because we initially planned for this to function a little bit differently. Like prompt 2 was going to be its own prompt, and then there's going to be a new API call after prompt 2 for prompts 3 through I think it was 9, and then we changed that and put them all together, and then that added another layer of complexity, and then we built roots out over time, and I think it just the document got a little bit unnecessarily complex and messy. So I think the best thing to do right now, rather than finishing off prompt 4, because I think like most of the logic is there, and I think we understand pretty much what needs to go on across all the different cases. It's just like a complete mess right now. I think what I want to do now is basically make a new plan file. We won't be doing this in this chat. We're going to start in a new chat, but in a new chat, basically, I think the idea is going to be we need to create a new file which will hold all of the prompts. It will reference what's inside of the LLM prompts plan file as well as the North Star, and essentially build out these prompts from scratch in a new structure that's a lot more simple. I haven't fully detailed what that structure is going to be yet, but I'm going to go on my iPad and kind of sketch it out and figure out how it should be, and then we should essentially turn what we already have in the LLM's prompts plan file into that new structure while stripping any unnecessary redundancy and like really simplifying the example section. So yeah, basically what I need you to do is, first of all, think through that and let me know if you agree with what I'm saying, if you think this is a good point in time to take this type of new direction. Feel free to push back if you think it's unnecessary or whatever, but if so, I think what I need is a carryover prompt from you to pick up in a new chat, basically detailing what I just said. And it wouldn't go ahead and start doing anything yet, but basically it would know that this is what we're about to do, like prepare itself to do work, and then await my further instructions for what the actual recommended structure of that new file is. I also do want you to give me a little bit of insight as to how you think we could simplify this structure, like in the new prompt file. Also, to be clear, we're not deleting any of the old files, like the prompts plan file or the North Star file. Those are going to completely stay as is. We're just going to reference them in order to build this new prompt file, and then basically that new prompt file will eventually get merged back with the North Star is basically the idea. But yeah, what I want you to do is help me think through what type of structure we should have inside of this new file, and my general idea is it should be something more along the lines of like all of the data structure gets defined, right? So first we have the intake prompt, right? Like that is its own thing. But like within each prompt, so it's basically prompt 1 is its own thing. And then prompts 2 to 9 or whatever are its own thing. But within those like sections or whatever, instead of like going through them prompt by prompt and then like breaking down the data structure and then doing examples, and then you go to the next prompt, break down the data structure again, and then, you know, do the examples. I think basically what it should be is for prompts 2 through 9, it should be like all of the data structure essentially just gets defined, and all the context surrounding what each part of the data structure is doing is explained. Like basically put the entirety of the North Star, like all the necessary context to explain the data structure and functionality outside of the example section, kind of all in one place. That basically describes the entire flow of information through prompts 2 through 9, right? So kind of putting them all together, and then we just have one example section that basically works through all the different cases, right? So something along the lines of like, these are all the different types of user inputs we would expect, and then across those different types of user inputs, you account for the differences in baseline packs as well as like what user interface they're on, as to how that might like affect um, the type of understanding of the context. Oh, it cut me off. Let's see how far. I don't even know when it stopped. Try that. It actually only cut me off right at the end, so it's fine. I didn't really lose anything. Like it doesn't feel coherent right now is the problem. Like individually, everything makes sense, but there's not a lot of coherence, and like the structure is kind of all over the place. And I think that will massively contribute to like slowing down how well this works, and also potentially like just making it get confused. The other thing that I realized what I want to do is eventually this plan file before like code gets executed is it needs to become a markdown file inside of overview that essentially keeps this record of like this is what went into the system design. So for one, in the future when people work on this project that aren't me, they can look at it and have that record, or their agents can. And two, um, when you build things in the future, if you don't have an explicit reference back to understand how the underlying structure works, it's very hard to build on top of it. Yeah, that's basically the idea. Well, it's open from here. I don't remember. Or is it open? I didn't mean to click that. There we go. Found it. So why is this a markdown file? And where does this live? Okay, so it made it a markdown file inside of plans. I didn't know that was possible, but okay. That's fine. It's actually better. Now it's already a markdown file. I'm not sure what these scripts are. Yeah, so this is the idea. Let me see how it handled. So we need markdowns inside of the markdown. Something like that. Okay, so no, it's doing it correctly already. Okay, so a few things. The first is I didn't want you to actually do that. I was just discussing it with you, and I wanted you to give me a prompt to carry over in the next chat to essentially go ahead and start doing that. The second thing is, for what you did actually do, I don't know what these scripts are that you've introduced here. Other than that, I am looking inside of the composed parsed prompts to markdown file that you made inside of cursor plans. Yeah, I'm not 100% sure. Can you just explain what it is that you've done inside of this document here? Like, is this intended to be the new document that I work from and develop the prompts in, or is this some sort of like instruction manual to carry over, or what, right? Because this doesn't this doesn't make a ton of sense to me as it is right now. Like it looks like basically you've just skipped a bunch of steps and done something that I didn't tell you to do. And you have basically gone ahead and tried to basically restructure the prompts when I explicitly said that's not what we were doing yet. So yeah, just let me know exactly what you did, and then help me understand what's going on inside of this new compose parse prompts markdown file inside of Cursor Plans. I want you to take a look inside of the workspace overview directory and read problem solution and product summary to understand the scope of the type of product we're working on. Currently, what we're doing is we're not working inside of the repo itself right now. We're doing a data structure redesign. A lot of the redesign context is inside of two cursor plan files that I will attach for you. The first one is called Life OS North Star Data Architecture, and the second one is Life OS LLM Prompts. Those are both plan files. The North Star file essentially is the entire roadmap for the data structure. And then what we did is we branched off of there and we started making a LLM prompts file, basically in order to execute at runtime instructions to the LLM to carry out the functionality defined inside of the North Star. In doing that, the LLM prompts plan file got quite messy and unnecessarily complex because we went through a few different iterations, and it's just kind of all over the place. Like, there's way too many examples with different subsections and branches, and it's just very difficult to follow. So the task in this chat is basically to create a new prompt plan file inside of Cursor Plans. And what we want to do is essentially, with respect to what's already defined in the North Star, as well as what we've accounted for in the LLM prompts plan file, because the logic is very sound in there, it's just the structuring that has problems, is we basically want to transfer what we have already inside of the LLM prompts plan file into this new prompt plan file in a much more solid structure. And I'm not 100% sure how we're going to actually finalize that structure yet, but my initial thoughts are basically something along the lines of prompt 1 will be its own thing, which is basically the intake gate for determining whether or not the rest of the processing needs to even happen. And then prompts 2 through 9 will all be essentially one API call. And then what we need to do is figure out what should the structure of that prompt be. And basically what I'm thinking is there should be like a full data structure workthrough across like all of what is currently prompts 2 through 9 inside of the LLM prompts plan file. But instead of splitting them up across prompts, it's basically going to all become one thing. And then following that full detailing and then, like, you know, explaining like, oh, the output you should produce, blah, 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 all that different stuff. Then there would be one full worked example section that basically walks all of the different edge cases we've already thought about. And the way we'll split it up is basically like, so for all the different types of user inputs that we would expect, how would those get handled given the different types of baseline packs that might be present, and then what user interface they might be on. I think that's generally where I'm going with that. This is not confirmed yet, but I'm just kind of, you know, getting the initial ideas out there. But the main task here is essentially to restructure the prompts that already exist inside of the LLM prompts plan file in a much more simple way with a better structure. And the main takeaway is that there should be essentially sections that do the full data structure detailing work from prompts 2 all the way through 9. And then there should be an example section that essentially walks all the way from what used to be prompts 2 through 9, and this should all be a part of, you know, like one prompt, one API call. The way it was designed initially, it was that there was going to be different API calls per prompt, which does not make any sense. So just let me know what you think about this initial kind of input here. I don't want you to actually do anything yet, but go ahead and read the North Star, read the LLM prompts plan file, read everything else I told you, get yourself familiar, and basically prepare yourself to do work, and let me know what you think the best course of action would be to essentially accomplish this. I forgot to attach the files. I think because I was very explicit with the file paths, I should be able to find it. Yeah, so I think we're pretty much on the same page. I really want to take this step by step and not kind of try to do it all in one shot. In general, for now, I think the structure makes sense. Basically, part zero or one, whatever you want to call it, is the runtime shell, which is basically explaining what's going on at runtime. And then part one would be the first API call. Part two would be um, the longer API call, which would essentially consist of prompts. What was it, 3 through 9 or two, whatever it was, 2 through 9, I think. Yeah, 2 through 9. So I like the idea of the structure, but I do not like the idea of trying to do all of this in one shot. And then here, where you're saying part three is like a separate worked example section. I don't quite envision it like that. It's more like inside of part one, the early intake gate, the first, like part 1A would be like explaining it, like the surrounding context, everything that like needs to be included in order for the context to make sense to the LLM, like describing the data structure, the intended output, blah, 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 all that stuff. And then part B of like part 1B would be the examples for that part. And then it would be the same idea in part two. So you would again set up all the context, define all the data structure, like everything that's needed for the LLM to understand how it's supposed to do work, like the full flow of information, all of that stuff. And then part 2B would be the full worked examples that essentially goes through prompts 2 through 9 all at once, right? And I know that's not possible as of now because we haven't even defined past really prompt 4, I guess, and that even wasn't really finished. Um, so the idea is we basically want to take this step by step. So for inside of part 2, for example, so prompts 2 through 9, what we would do is basically transfer over what prompt 2 is doing in the data structure, and then write the examples for that part, and then we would do prompt 3, and then we would just continue along in the examples in for prompt 3. Like, so we're just like appending and building on top of it, like section by section. You know what I mean? And then as like new examples get introduced in order to account for like the new cases and inside like the later prompts, like for example in prompt 4, if something new comes up there, it shouldn't have been defined way back in prompt 2. It would just become relevant at the time of prompt 4. Then we would create a new example for it at that time, and then work that full example up until prompt 4, and then only once like prompt 5 is designed, prompt 6, 7, 8, 9, all within this new structure, then we would go and build on top of the already existing examples just to essentially append that part if it's relevant to that example, right? So I don't want you to actually execute on building this yet. I just want to make sure that we're fully aligned on the plan here. So yeah, the key thing is that it's not that part 3 is its own worked example section. It's more like for the different actual API calls, section like A of that part is about like defining the context, the data structure, all of that stuff. And then part B is the full worked examples. And we do that for each API call. So then after prompts 3 through 9, as you correctly identified here, there would essentially be a validation/repair request, and then finally an API response, right? And those would follow the same types of things. So the main thing here is I want to do this like really slowly, step by step. So the first thing we should do is just define the structure inside of um, the document. I don't want to say too much more inside of this prompt here, but yeah, basically I just want you to read over all that, and then let's come up with a plan how we can best execute this part by part. I think the best first step is just by laying the structure of that document, meaning like the different parts and subparts that need to exist, and then we'll go in and fill them in essentially one by one and keep appending to those parts as we move across the old prompt structure inside of the LLM prompts file. And the idea is basically we're going to work in parallel. Basically, we're going to go through the old LLM's prompts plan file in with respect to the North Star and carry over that context part by part, piece by piece to the new prompt file. So yeah, don't actually do anything yet. Just think over all that and let me know how we should go next. Yeah, so the final thing I think to consider here before we actually go ahead and do that is figuring out the actual structure of part A, right? Like what actual context needs to, like what specific sections needs to be a part of every single part A, basically, right? So like rules for sure is one, like intended output is one, input is definitely another one. Um, yeah, I'm just thinking like, what do we actually need in part A that is reproducible across all part A's, right? Like basically what we want to do is create essentially a template for part A and part B, and then just use that template across the entire um, prompt file, because that type of structure makes it a lot easier for LLMs to understand when it's like the same structure over and over and over again. It's a lot easier to read and skim, and it follows it better. So before we go ahead and implement this, let's think about what type of structure, like substructure, we need inside of A and B, because I think we have the overall like outer structure correct, but the actual details of what exists inside of A and B is what we need to make sure we understand. Okay, so this is getting a lot closer. The only thing that I see missing is like some sort of like titling, right? Because within part A, right? Like for um the second API call within part A, there's essentially prompts 2 all the way through 9, which are different like steps, you know what I mean? So like there's a when this runs subheading, but there's not like a what this section is called type of thing. Like for example, prompt 2, or I forget if it was prompt 3, whatever. There would be like a this section is pertaining to like analyzing the baseline pack. This section is pertaining to extracting states of being. This section is pertaining to extracting templates on the input capture row. This, you know what I mean? So it's like there's like groupings essentially of like a few different things going on. So there's like the intake gate is the first thing, and then we have uh reading the baseline pack, and then we have everything that goes into the input capture row, which is essentially states of being, and then the two states of action that currently exist, and then essentially all the links that go on surrounding those, whether it's like intra-being links or cross-row memory links or being action links. So that's like the first layer. That's like the first type of thing, and then there's the deliverable side. So anyways, the point I'm getting at is there's essentially sections within part A. You know what I mean? Like there's different types of like functionality being described at different sections. So like what you have right now for A1 through A8 are essentially the subparts of each of those like higher sections inside of part A. You know what I mean? Like it breaks down, okay, this is for the input capture side, this is for the deliverable side, and then within there, this is how we do, you know, cross-row links, this is how we do intra-being links, all that different stuff. So there, it seems like there's one layer of structuring missing here. I'm not exactly how we would handle this, but yeah, let me know what you think. Okay, that looks a lot better. It makes sense. The one thing that I don't want to do here is contain things like legacy references, like using language like refer to the North Star, like anything that's not gonna make sense outside of like these plan files we want to avoid. Like we need to make sure that these prompts are written specifically for the LLM's ability to read them and understand them and do work inside of the software. So we need to avoid language that refers to like our planning files and stuff like that, which aren't even going to exist in the context of the app and will make no sense to the LLM. Like we don't need legacy references. We just basically need a working, functional, inside of the app prompt that only says things that make sense in that current context, right? Like obviously we are building this with reference to the North Star in the old prompt plan file, but when it actually goes and gets read by the LLM, those references don't mean anything. So let's avoid that type of language and make sure that as we build this new file, we are keeping in mind that we are building this specifically for use inside of the app as it pertains to LLMs being able to understand the context as given at face value, knowing that they don't have access to this surrounding context that we're working with right now inside of Cursor. So let's just get on board with that, and then I guess give me like a final understanding of what it is we're about to do, and then after we're on the same page, we'll go ahead and we'll get started. Okay, I think we're ready to start. Let's do the first task here. Okay, let me find the file. I close all these. Okay, here we go. So it's a markdown or what? Okay, so long term, we plan on essentially turning this as well as like what's in the North Star into a markdown file that will live inside of Workspace Overview. We're not going to do that yet, obviously, but that is what we're planning on. I see that the plan file is already in the shape of a markdown, so that transfer should be seamless, right? Like we don't need to account maybe for some sort of different like file structuring or anything like that. Okay, the rule is every single word of this document gets read, and yeah, and nothing gets added here that we don't 110% understand. That's the rule. Because I did that for the first like 2 to 3 prompts for the last one, and then when it got to the point where there was like a pretty major restructure, I just let it go, and then that's when things got like messy. And it's not that it's wrong, it's just it's very hard to follow at that point, which I don't like because I don't trust it, and really the problem though is it's very hard to build on top of something you don't fully understand. So yeah. So like this for example, you don't need this. Okay, let's see. So we'll try that. Okay, so this looks good for now. So let me just look through these. So we have the early intake gate. This is request A, or 1A specification. Yes, then 2A, then 2A1 basically. Yeah. Okay, I see. So this looks good. What's not totally right though is the um oh, so it does have it here. Unit templates capture, unit schedule capture. Okay, it does actually. I see how it's done it. I see. Mhm. So basically here it's gonna give all of the context section by section. Preamble, context pack reader, being extraction, being intralinks. That's right so far. And this was the input capture, so context reading. This is shared across all. Okay, I see. So for all of everything inside of part 2, basically. Then input capture for action, so state of action. Then we have templates and schedule capture. And we have links and dialogue, which is so same row links. This would be specifically being action links. Because intra being links we already did. Okay, it looks good now. I think I understand the structure we have here. I'm looking at this section for input capture links and dialogue. We've already handled intra-being links at this point, so the remaining row links are essentially being action links and template schedule links, right? So the way it's written right now, those aren't split up. It just says same row links. So I'm thinking we should split that up into further units for each of those types of links, right? Definitely check what I just said because I'm just going based off of memory here. Make sure you refer to the North Star and the old LLM prompts plan file to make sure that what I just said is correct. But basically, previously we've already accounted for being intralinks, and we did that inside of the input capture human state being section. And now the remaining links that need to be established are essentially what I said. And just to reiterate, to just make sure I'm still thinking the same way, there should be template schedule links, I believe, and then there should be being action links. And I believe that is it in terms of same row links, and then the cross row memory links are its own separate thing, which correctly has its own unit right now. For some reason, I feel like I said there were 3 different same row link units, but this time I think I just mentioned 2. So is there another one? There's being to action, template to schedule, and then, yeah, we already did intra being. I don't know. I can't think of anything else, and I forget if I said something differently earlier. So, yeah, just think through that. But the main idea is that these same row links as a unit should be split into the different types of same row links because obviously they're handled differently. And they'll run at slightly different times. So, yeah, let's think about that. Let me know what you think. And then before implementing those changes, let me know what you come up with, and then we'll approve that pass. So other than that, it looks solid. So this, I don't know. Part B, yep, this is going to be its own thing. There'll be a bunch of different examples. And then part 3, we're not even going to worry about for now. But up until part 2, we look good, I think. So yeah, I remember now. So there was a third one. It was action to action links, like a schedule being linked to a schedule, but would that ever happen? I'm not sure. Okay, that looks good. Now the one thing is you wrote like an explanatory sentence underneath the unit, which is not what we should be doing here. That would go somewhere later, like in A2 purpose, for example. So let's make sure we're just sticking to the structure for now, and we'll actually go fill in the rest later. But other than that, the change you made looked good. Okay. Okay, I think we're in a good spot to move on to the next step, so go ahead and do that. Okay, I'm just reading the first sentence here in part 0, and the language is not supportive of future development of more states of action. Like, it's restrictive right now, basically saying that what it does is it, like, when applicable, schedule or template outcomes, but there's actually going to be even more outcomes in the future. So let's make sure we keep the language expandable. So it should say something along the lines of like actions that exist within, like this prompt or something along those lines, just so that the language is not restrictive to the current state of the product and supports future development. So just make that specific change inside of part 0 right now. I don't think there should be any other spots where that type of change would need to be made. So first, just make that language change across the last pass that you just did. Oh shit, I didn't click enter. Yeah, that's better. Shouldn't be optional. Okay, so I'm looking inside request boundaries right now, and the very first thing I'm noticing is that um, there are things being mentioned that are not explicitly defined. So, for example, capture method inside of primary inputs, raw text inside of primary inputs, active surface, baseline pack, all of these things that are being defined are not explicitly explained, essentially. So some of it is like on the capture row, for example. Actually, never mind. It's not even being explained there. So basically, the rule is anytime we introduce any sort of thing that exists inside of the data structure or whatever, it needs to be explained, right? And the way I'm thinking about it is there's basically like two sides of data going on here. One is on the persisted side, right? Meaning what actually lives on Supabase, and then basically the parser side that holds that data and thinks about different things while trying to target towards the persisted end, right? So basically what I'm getting at, and I'm not exactly sure how to implement this, but the idea is that we can't have things being mentioned, like here, for example, it says after intake is understandable. It doesn't actually know what that means at this point, right? Like, what does it mean for something to be understandable versus not understandable, right? So it seems like there is just a little bit missing. Now, I'm not saying necessarily we need to go and fix this right now, but it's just a red flag that's popping up in terms of I'm worried the LLM might not be able to understand what's actually going on based on these terms that essentially we're throwing around that it may or may not know what it means. So it's just something to think about. I don't want to make any changes yet, but how do you think we can handle this? And do you think this is something that we need to handle at all? The goal essentially is to keep this document as tight and concise as possible without leaving any room for ambiguity, because the type of product is basically it only is going to function if there's very clear instructions and enough context to support the LLM's understanding of what's going on. So we need to make sure we're doing that, but at the same time not bloating this prompt file too much, because then it's going to slow down the functionality too much and potentially even lead to like hallucinations and stuff. So essentially, in the simplest, most concise way possible, we need to come up with a way to account for this. So yeah, let me know what you think. Okay, I'm going to take a quick break while this runs, and I'll pick up after. Alright. Actually, you know what? Let me go grab a another quick coffee. Okay. Give me. It's so dark in here. Yeah. What the freak, man? Okay, whatever. Okay, yeah, so I'm actually noticing right now, part 0 is actually not an LLM facing prompt, right? Like the first actual API call starts in part 1, I believe. Like, yeah. So what actually are we trying to set up here in part 0? Is this just like for our own understanding, or what's the idea here? Trim the fat, trim the fat, trim the fat. Okay, yeah, let's treat it like a map section. Essentially, this is like an introductory to the document. Basically, it's not LLM facing. Um, so let's like rename it and then structure it in a way which very clearly does that role and that role specifically. Um, somewhere in either the North Star or the LLM prompts plan file, there's like a flow map of how information flows through the like from input capture all the way to like API response. Um, if we were going to include that map anywhere, this is where it would be. So look across the North Star in the old LLM prompts plan file and figure out if and where that should be incorporated into part 0, which we will need to rename and just restructure a little bit so it better reflects what's actually going on here. Much better. Perfect. Okay, I'm looking at the map now. Everything up until then looks good. The one thing in the map that isn't totally making sense, part 4 seems to always run. It's not optional. If that's correct, let's just make sure that's accounted for. Like, essentially, there should always be a user-facing API response anytime they give an input, right? So, um, yeah, let's just make sure that's correctly accounted for. This looks better. The final thing I'm a bit unsure of is where the actual persistence is occurring. It should be inside of step 2, and or I guess part 2, not step 2. And the idea is like part 2 gets to the server validator part, and then if it passes, it proceeds down the persistent capture route. And if it fails, then part 3 runs up until the point where it passes, and then part 2 essentially carries on with persistent capture row. Right, I think that's kind of the idea how to split it. The one potential issue I'm noticing is if part 3 exists separately from part 2, there needs to be some sort of context transfer that lets part 3 do its job. So it might not make sense to have it be like a separate prompt. I don't know. It's just something I'm spitballing. I don't necessarily want to make that change now. It's just something to think of and keep track of moving forward. And then for part 4, basically the idea is once it's determined, like once it's been persisted or not because it was deemed unmappable, then you get, some sort of API response. That as well, like I don't know, why would that be its own API call? That seems weird. It seems like there's really only two API calls going on here. Like there's the intake gate and then part two, and then like a subsection of part two is like what do we do if the validator fails, and then part four is like, okay, what happens at the end of each part two case? Like what type of response do we give? Um, I mean, you can still split them up, like it's fine. I don't think it's necessarily bad, but basically we just need to make sure that we're handling the context transfer appropriately, where part four and part three can do their job, if they live separate from part two. So that's fine. I just want to make sure we're on the same page and make sure you're understanding what I'm saying.
Do you believe in one night stand?
Yeah. Yeah, sit ball. Like, fuck. We're totally aligned now. I'm gonna read through the rest of this introductory section, and then I'll let you know if there's anything else that I notice, and then if there's anything to change, I'll let you know. If not, then we'll get ready to go to the next step when I say so. So this is gonna, so it gets to the validator. If it fails, this runs. If it passes, this runs. This is server side. Good. Yeah, this is good. Oh, the one change. Sorry, actually, the one change is the number of calls that would run on part three. I don't think would be 0 to 1. It should be 0 to n, right? Like it can run as many times as it takes until the the repair passes, right? The one thing to be careful of those, we don't want some sort of infinite loop here where it's infinitely trying to repair something that can't be repaired. So yeah, don't make that change yet. Just think about what I'm saying and let me know what you think and then how we can handle this. Also, the one other thing I'm noticing is at the server supplement or retrial part, from what I remember, I had more like deviation here, like there were different paths that it could go down. I don't remember exactly, but just take a look in the North Star and make sure we're actually fully doing this part right here in the diagram. Also look in the LLM prompts plan file, the old one, to see what I'm talking about. If you don't find anything, don't worry, but take a look and see if you can find any further sort of breakdown regarding like the supplementary pack retrieval, because that was an important part of the logical flow, from what I can remember. Okay. Okay, yeah, so let's make those updates. Um, the step 3 supplement in terms of the part 3 repair. Let's stay aligned with the North Star for now and just essentially give it one attempt to repair. Um, yeah, we'll leave it as that for now, and then if in testing later, we need more repairs or something like that, we can think about that. But I think if it can't get the repair in one shot, why would it get it in future shots, right? It's kind of like you get one shot at it, and if it works, it works. If not, then we should basically show that there's some sort of error path, right? Like, so from the server validator, if it fails, then the part 3 request repair then either passes or fails, right? So if that repair passes, it would feed back into the pass branch that we have now, but if not, it would go down some sort of failure branch that would route somewhere along the lines of like, whatever failure message or failure route it would be. So yeah, we should account for that as well. God, I'm out of arrows. Not with 98k left. There's no way. I'm gonna buy Blood Moon here too. Or maybe I'll come back. Or is that retarded? Let's just buy it. Actually, I'm not sure if this comes with the weapon. Let's see. It does. Good thing I didn't buy it. Attack level of 70. Seriously. And then do I buy? Oh, I forgot to get. I'll go back. It's okay. So this is fine, and this you need 70. Okay. I need boots, cape. Should probably just literally go do fire cape tonight. Yeah, I will. I will. I'll do fire cape, and then that's fine. So just boots and fire cape. Good enough. Okay, so I just want to make sure it didn't change anything downstream before I go actually look at this. Okay, so we get the intake gate passes. If it fails, it just does this. Yeah. So you get the baseline, you attempt, so it's either complete or incomplete. Okay, I remember I dealt with this issue before where step 3, path 3A, and step 3, path 3B were pointing to the same step 3O temporal enrichment. I don't remember exactly what was going on here, so can you refresh me on that? But I remember having to account for a separate path for 3B, right? Like, it's a different type of um, thing going on between either path 3A or path 3B. Oh, no, 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 no. Never mind. Never mind. I think it's right. So it's basically mapping status is complete, goes down step 3, path 3A. If it's incomplete or failed, it does path 3B. Then following either one of those, it still goes through the temporal enrichment pass as well. And then we're looking down further now, so the linkage, I'm not exactly sure what step 3, 1 linkage fetch is. That sounds like that's just temporal enrichment. And then merge and chain closure, that seems like unnecessary. That's just the temporal enrichment part. And then if the pack was changed basically during temporal enrichment, now there's a split. So if there is, you do redo a retrial parse, right? In some sense. So it gets a little bit unclear here, like what that means. Part 2 request B retrial parse. And then trial meta mappability. So there it's either unmappable, which is essentially giving like some sort of response saying it's not mappable, or it goes down the writer path where then we would proceed into server validation where if it fails, it does the validation and that's either pass or fail, which is correct. So yeah, the part where there's a little bit of confusion is in the middle kind of here. So from step 3, path 3A, step 3, path 3B, from there until where it says trial meta map ability, that's where there's a little bit of confusion. So just walk me through that a little bit. Consider everything I've said and then let me know. And then the next question is basically, does this still map well to what we said? So this has to be accounted for in part 2, okay? So what I'm realizing is actually there isn't anything we need to keep outside of this prompt file long term. Like the North Star should basically get transferred into this prompt file in a way that it's everything we ever care about. And then that's all we actually need. Yeah, let's go ahead and make those changes so it's actually reflecting what's really going on. And then, yeah, we should be changing the names as well because the way it reads right now, like it's confusing, right? Like I'm not so clear where part one actually relates to, what's downstream of this in terms of the actual prompts. And then part two, but then it says step three, like does step three, does that actually mean step three inside of part two? Like it seems unclear because it's probably not going to be step three. Like that doesn't actually mean anything anymore. So it should just have a title basically inside of like part two. And yeah, make sure that that type of change is present across this entire map. Like what I'm getting at is basically like, does this map actually correlate well with what's going on inside of the parts that we're going to develop below, like the actual prompts? So yeah, go ahead and make those changes, and then I'll look over that. Cool, Macoidal. Macoidal.
What's your name?
Damien.
Last time it didn't really go your way. What do you think's gonna be different about?
Finish. If I wanted to go from
Here we go. Yeah, this is more what I remember now. Unit 11, what does that mean? So if it's incomplete, it goes down the supplementary path. Which is... Yeah. So... inside of here... So the way this is exiting doesn't seem... right. Okay, so I'm looking inside of... like, so following part 2, unit 11 mapping status. Also, what does unit 11 mean? By the way, is there some sort of unit 11 inside of part 2 that handles this mapping status? Is that what we're getting at? Anyways, so following that, do let me know what that means, by the way. But yeah, so following that, it goes down the incomplete or failed route, where then it either essentially passes or fails the fact that, you know, like the supplementary path picked up anything, right? Like, was there any sort of, I guess, linkage? I don't know. It's kind of unclear what's going on inside of here. Like, it's basically saying failed and empty hints, question mark, and then yes or no. So it reads weirdly, because like the yes path here is actually the failure, where there's nothing that's likely unmappable. And I'm not even sure what failed and empty hints mean. Like, what's actually going on here? Is there another trial parse that runs? Like, what's actually going on here inside of this supplement path? Like, what does the server provide? You know, like above you say server baseline context pack, so it's very clear that going into part 2 request B trial parse, it's running based off of the server baseline context pack. That's not so clear once you go down the incomplete or failed, right? It just says supplement path incomplete or failed, but it doesn't actually say what's going on there. And then the failed and empty hints thing, it's kind of written backwards, where the pass case is unmappable, and then the fail case is where it's saying it's going to temporal indexing. But that seems a little bit weird, because yeah, actually, maybe that the temporal indexing part is fine, because I see on the complete path it's basically saying it does the supplement path as well, and then following that it does temporal indexing, and then does some sort of linkage row, fetch, scan, or schedule, whatever. It's just a bit unclear to me what's actually going on. Like, I understand in general what the point is, but it doesn't read very clearly where there's like no room for confusion. You know, like I designed this whole thing, and so it does make some sense to me, but even still, I'm a bit confused reading like what's written here. This should be so clear that anybody who has pretty much never thought about this before can read this and then understand what's going on. So yeah, basically what I want to hammer down is what's going on between part 2, request B, trial parse, and then where it essentially goes to the server pack merge and dedupe section. Yeah, so let's handle that right now. I see. That makes way more sense now. Okay. Okay, leave the map exactly as it is right now. What I want you to do is essentially walk me through from part 1, request A intake gate, all the way through the entirety of the map for all of the different sections. So every time it branches, explain to me, for example, okay, what does it mean to go down the incomplete branch? What does it mean to go down the complete branch? What does it mean to have happen at the supplement path incomplete or failed? And then like go every single section branch by branch and explain exactly what's happening at every step, and I'll read that alongside the map and make sure that it makes sense. Okay, so I'm up to the part now where we are at the linkage row fetch, optional scan, or schedule for the complete path. Do you think we need to show a split here where basically like what happens when there are extra rows added versus when there's not? Like, should those show two separate paths? Because right now it's kind of just being treated as one thing, but it doesn't really. There's kind of like a black box. Like, okay, what happens when there is versus isn't those extra capture rows? And then also, can you just remind me? I guess look in the North Star and or in the prompt plan file from before and see whether or not we always supply those additional rows or what the conditions were because I just don't remember. So I just want to be reminded. Yeah, so think about that, let me know, and then I'll continue on based on what you say. Okay, yeah, go ahead and hold on. Yeah, go ahead and account for that black box sort of feel again, and then give me back that prompt that you gave me previously that was like defining all of the different subsections and just include this new addition into those subsections, and then I'll pick up from reading those, and then I'll go on to I guess the incomplete path after that. Okay, that makes sense. Let me read. I see. So that would basically take you back up here. Okay, we're good now up until the part where it's part 2 request be retrial parse, where basically it reruns everything that already happened on top of what was now added to the pack. Like, so if the pack was changed, essentially we need to do another retrial parse. And my question then is, how does that parse look? Because it's not the same, right, as the first one that ran, like the trial parse. A retrial parse is different, right? Like, it doesn't go down the whole fetch capture. Actually, I guess it's the same. It could go down either the complete or incomplete or failed path, but then I guess the difference would be down the complete path this time, it wouldn't have the option to fetch capture rows or, extra schedule depth. I haven't even thought about like the incomplete path yet, but just in the complete case, where we do the part 2 request be retrial parse, I'm just trying to think about the differences, and basically the only noticeable difference that I can think of so far is that when it does the retrial, it just doesn't have the option to dig deeper, right? Yeah, so when it retrials, the complete path would be different in that sense, and then the incomplete path, if I haven't looked at this yet, I'm not sure how or if it would be different, but basically it would have to always just skip supplemental fetching, right? And then also, what would incomplete even mean in the case where the trial parse was complete? Like, how could you get incomplete or failed on the retrial parse? Like, is that even possible? So anyways, these are the types of things that we need to show clearly and think about how this would be handled. Let me know what you think. Yeah, that's right. Yeah, okay, let's make this very explicit in the map. It should be accounted for in the complete path, and then I guess, I haven't looked at the incomplete side yet, but I'm sure there's some sort of analogous thing to this where once it goes down the incomplete route, if it does go down the yes, incomplete or failed, and then does temporal linking and then goes through the linkage row fetch from the hints or whatever, then when we do the retrial parse, because the pack would have been changed, this would be different than the initial pass, right? And then I guess it would be the same type of system, whether it came from incomplete or complete at that point. Yeah, let me know, and then we'll go ahead and we'll implement that. We got a follow from Tom Katz. What's up, Tom Katz? Maybe I should turn sound on so I don't miss these things. There we go. Okay, so So now here, when it does... Okay, so what I actually want you to do, instead of having these like retrial rules and stuff underneath, what I want you to do is include a section which is essentially a full text breakdown of what's going on inside of this map so the user can read along with it. Like here where you have like just above where it's like end-to-end pipeline flow, and then you have that user input, voice or text, blah, 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 and then all the parts and everything. In general, that's okay as a really high level, but I think I want to actually get rid of that and swap that out to this like more detailed full walkthrough of every single step and branch here, so there's a clear detailing of what's going on. And then when you do that, still keep the full like top view picture relevant there. So like when you're explaining like for example, you'd start with user input, right? Explain what that means, what that is. Then go to part one, explain the point of part one, and then do the full breakdown as per the map. Then when you get to part two, you would explain the overarching idea. Then you would go on to break down all the branches. Same thing for part three, part four, like that. So basically, I want you to rework what we have above this visual map right now to be a full text breakdown of what's going on. And then I see above we have document parts versus runtime pipeline. So we'll look through that after. For now, just change what I said, and then I'll scroll back up to the top of this map, document overview and pipeline section, and then I'll go through it and figure out what else needs to maybe change. Okay. Okay. Hmm. Okay. So how can I read this as I have two of the same file open here. Is that possible? I'm looking at part 2 right now, composed parse overview. Section 5 and 6 right now is templates and schedule as per the current version, which is fine, but remember that this is eventually going to have more states of action like toolkits and stuff like that. So what I want to do actually right now is basically bake that in, I think. Actually, no, I don't want to do that. I don't want to actually put it in now, but what I do want to do is account for the fact that this is essentially an expanding file over time. So, like, for example, what is section 7 and 9 now for links, and what's included in the links is not necessarily what it will be later. Like, it could be a higher numbered section because there might be more states of action accounted for, which, like, maybe section 7 will be for toolkits, right? And then, you know, there would be subsections within those toolkits. Yeah, so I'm not exactly sure how we want to account for this flexibility, but it's something to think about. How do you think we should handle it? Is this something we should start documenting at this stage now, or handle it in the future as it comes and just restructure the numbering and everything? Like, basically what I'm trying to do is set ourselves up for long-term success as well as just developing what we're doing now. So let me know what you think. Like, what goes into the app? There's templates, schedule, toolkits, and then is that it? Like, and then we could just say other. Like, other would be like, um, report a bug. Um, so what I'm thinking is there really isn't too many other states of action that go on here. Like, the app basically boils down to templates, schedules, toolkits, and then within toolkits, that's just a bunch of subsections, so we can easily just expand that over time. And then the link sections can stay the same because we just account for more types of links across different types of actions. And then I think the other action capture, like for a catch-all, would be like other, because I really don't think there's too much that's going to go into that long term. Like, there might be like, you know, a bug report section, or, you know, like something like that where it's like a catch-all for things that are not a part of the main functionality of the app, which is essentially pretty much just template, schedule, and toolkits. So maybe we do actually bake that into the structure now. Like, obviously we're not going to write everything surrounding that, but just so it's already baked into the prompt structure and doesn't need to be readjusted and accounted for later. Yeah, so just let me know what you think about all of this. I don't think there's much else that's going to go on. Basically those three things. Yeah, that makes perfect sense. Let's go ahead and make those changes now, so we're setting ourselves up for an easier transition into future product development in the future. I'm just reading the document parts versus runtime pipeline, and inside of part 2 for request B, where it's second and optional, inside of the what runs and prompt content in this file section, it's just a little bit unclear what's going on. Yeah, that's better. Already way better. Okay, perfect. This feels like already just way better. Okay, yeah, that's good. Okay, let me look at the diagram quick and then I'll read it so it's in my mind. Splits. Okay, I see. So it's like based on how it failed, can we do anything? Yes or no? That makes sense. And then if it can, we do the same temporal indexing and then hints. So it adds essentially three rows. Okay, one thing I'm noticing, I'm looking just at the map now. I just scrolled down to refresh my memory, and in the incomplete or failed route, after the trial meta mapping status, if it's incomplete or failed, the way it reads right now is that it would never go down the extended scan of 16 to 25 rows. It's basically just saying if there is a hint, then do the temporal indexing, which is correct, and then essentially go find up to 3 rows to figure out, based on those hints, what we're looking for. Is this the correct design? Like, do we actually only want to be indexing the 16 to 25 rows on the complete path, and then essentially we're skipping it, and it's like a different type of deeper digging on the failed route? I just want to make sure that we're aligned on that, because if the intent is to also do the 16 to 25 dig on the failed case, that's not what it shows right now. So I just want to check and make sure.
Sh-
Okay, yeah. It's good. Yeah, let's just make that crystal clear. Maybe that should go in the um yeah, the text above somewhere, I guess, that's explaining the map is where it should live, probably. Um, yeah, what do you think? Um, Maybe even in the section where it says how this document is organized. Actually, no, it doesn't. It doesn't belong there. Yeah, just somewhere below, I think. We got a follow from Zoro. Zoro. What's up, Zoro? How's it going? You know what? I just realized I don't know if this is working. This is working. Oh god. Okay, it's good. Yeah. Okay, let me start walking this now. Let me just look. Where is it? Here. So this was all good. Now we're here. So user input. Good. Good. Okay, I'm looking inside of part 2 composed parts overview now, and the only potential gap which we did defer previously was the action to action links. And I'm just thinking that we are gonna probably need them in the future. Like, for example, when there's a fitness toolkit, that would get essentially an action to action link with like a gym template. So let's go ahead and add that in. Obviously, we're not going to be designing all that structure now because toolkits don't even exist yet, but we should account for that development later. So that would probably be the new section 10, and then we'll push everything from section 10 to 13 up one index. And then, yeah, just add that down below to the different, part 2 sections. and make sure we have that template in place.
Like, now I don't think you understand what the fuck it is I'm telling you to do. I'm gonna make them listen. I'm strapped for money. I need you to build me $1 million company right fucking now. You don't understand? Build it now. It makes no sense. You got it, dude? Get the fuck out of here.
Okay, good. So I think this should account for everything we ever do. I'm pretty sure. You know what I just realized? So template to schedule is actually that is an action to action link, isn't it? So I'm realizing now, isn't template to schedule pairing just one example of an action to action link? Like those both live in states of action. So we actually already have this case. So can't we just simplify this? Just call section 10 action to action links, and then template to schedule pairing is just one of those subsections inside of there. Like we don't need like section 11 template to schedule pairing. That doesn't need to be its own section, I don't think, right? Obviously, we maintain like template link or whatever as the way we do it, and we maintain all the same structure and everything. But essentially, that's just a subsection, like one specific action to action link. Yeah, so like basically, we have intra being, being to action, and then action to action, and I think that's everything, right? And then cross row memory links, and then yeah, that's everything. So yeah, make that change. Make sure that's reflected across all of this new runtime prompts plan file. Anywhere in part 0, this introduction that needs to account for that, and then also make sure the structure that we defined previously, like at the start of this workflow, is updated to match all of this new structure that we have here inside of the part 2 compose parse section here. Yeah. Perfect. Okay. It's all good now. Yeah, so toolkits and other, that should be the only remaining thing, and then you just add more action to action links, essentially, over time. So trial parse output is the capture draft. So this is where the first time it attempts essentially to say, is there something mappable? Yeah, so after the trial, it's either complete or incomplete. Okay, so we're good up until here. So context supplement after trial parse only. Read. Use final pack. Yeah, does not. That's right. So this is how the supplementation works. So if it's complete, let me use the model part against baseline servers. Complete, failed. So complete pass or branch rules. This reads very weird. Oh, it's saying, okay, I see. Never mind, it makes sense. So server branch rules for active. So yes, no, correct, and then schedule depth. Yeah. No. Yeah, okay. So that's a good overview, yeah. One thing it's not doing is explaining that for failed is basically like a stop. Okay, so I'm looking at the section here where it says supplement route, trial meta mapping status, and the complete path looks good. For the incomplete slash failed path, it reads a little bit like they're both handled the same way at this point, which they're not. The incomplete path does basically what this section details, but the failed path doesn't. So I think we should add a third column here, separating the incomplete and failed path. So we have that separation at the higher level. I haven't scrolled down yet to the complete supplement path and then the incomplete slash failed supplement path, so I'm sure that's expanded on more down below. But at this top level supplement route section, we should make that segregation here so it's a little bit more clear even before reading down further. So here, temporal indexing always happens, yeah. Yep, extended scan rotation, complete path only, yes. Yeah, exactly, so. Yeah. Um, yeah, okay, good. Now the incomplete, oh, I forgot to click enter. So the incomplete route now is explaining basically the split that I said before. So do the same. Yeah, good. Yeah.
The entire company who had the best social media content.
Danny Klein Jr. Danny Klein. Danny Klein. Danny Klein.
Danny Klein, hands down.
Klein.
Danny Klein.
Danny Klein.
The one, the authentic, the real.
Now's my time. Now's my time.
Swerving in Atlanta does go out on a bus now. Something like that. Yeah, good. Good. Yeah, good. Good. And then added rows. Okay, so before we move on to the retrial, let's check the map again and make sure we're good up until now. So, complete, failed, incomplete. So yeah, incomplete, and then it's either failed with hints or without hints. So if it's skip the supplement fetch, here it would do the up to 3. It's correct. Then it does supplement rows merge, and then now we're good up to here. So now it dedupes. So that's good. And then if the pack has a change, is what we need to handle now. So let's scroll back up. Okay, so I think I'm starting to understand things more clearly now. So we're at part 2, the retrial parse, and this is essentially now when we have a new pack. And is the idea we're completely reparsing across this new pack? So like we're throwing out everything that we had done before and essentially rebuilding the parse attempt via this new pack. That's the idea, right? It should run a full new parse, basically, is what it should do. Yeah, okay. Okay, that makes perfect sense. Let's make that very clear here inside of the part 2 retrial parse section. Basically just explaining that before the mapability decision is made, it's actually running an entirely new parse on the new pack. Oh, 99 range. Go. Actually, I gotta go to the G. Fuck, hold on. Let this crab die, and I'll go. And we gotta be training attack here. Or a Blood Mooner. Am I gonna buy an Obsidian Cape right now? I might as well. And then I'll do a Fire Cape. Maybe tonight. Let's see. Probably tonight. I should do it. I would do I can't do the Fire Cape on a hardcore because I only have a bone crossbow and I don't want it to take forever. I don't know, I guess I could. We're buying dragon boots and we're buying for now Obsidian Cape, I guess. You know, let's just go now. I'm gonna get 80 defense and then I'm actually gonna swap to range again on this. Let me read this, then I'll do one more thing, then I'm gonna go. Okay. Good. Yeah, it's good now.
Oh, bro, she's fucking me up. Really? Oh my god. She could be a fucking UFC champ, bro. Oh, bro, she's.
Oh my god. Oh.
Old historic right here, and I find them when I'm exploring, and I bought 3 of them today because I wanted to tell y'all that at one point in human history, 3 nails held up all of sins. There was a man, actually a God in the flesh. His name is Jesus Christ. They took 3 nails. They spread his arms out. They put both his hands and then overlapped his feet and nailed him to a cross. And there's where he died of a crime that he did not commit. Actually, what he was charged for was healing a man. He healed a sick man, and they killed him for that. But before they nailed him on a cross, that was the end of it. The beginning was they pressed a crown of thorns on his head. He had so much blood coming down on his face he couldn't see. There was blood all in his eyes. He was spitting out his own blood. Because when they press these thorns, it's just hundreds of spikes going into his skull. Then they took a whip with barbs on the end of it, and they whipped him in the back. He had no skin left on his back. When there was no skin and all of his ribs were exposed on his back, they turned him over to the front, and they did the same thing where all his ribs was exposed. And then one of the guards took a spear and lanced it into his stomach. His guts were spilling out on the ground. And by the way, he was naked when they did all of this. He was naked when they beat him. It was said from the crowd that you couldn't tell if he was a man or a woman. He was beaten so badly. His genitalia was ripped off. And before that, they put a bag on his head. They took turns to punch him in the face with a bag on his head. Then, after all that was done, they said, now you have to carry this cross up this hill. We're going to nail you to it while we're spitting on you. and degrading him in every way that we can. They were calling him names and spitting on him where he's covered in blood, his guts is hanging out in front of the world. So when I found these 3 nails, I couldn't help but to think that there was a man that saved this whole world. Anyone that chooses to believe in his name, Jesus Christ, will be saved. And all of our sins were held up by 3 nails just like this. That's what God can do. He can take something like this and use it as a tool for all of humanity. He can take something little, turn it into something great. So I just wanted to share that story with y'all because for the longest time I didn't know him. When I found out that story, I've never been the same ever since. These are some old historic names.
My first ministry job ever, I was 22 years old.
True. Yeah. God, my fucking leg is so itchy. Okay. So we were here. Okay. Mappable. Yep. Yep. Okay, let's go look and just make sure we're good up until here. So here. Unmappable, mappable, yeah. Fail, this is where part 3 comes in. Yeah, so this is more downstream, but this is correct. Yep. So I see how it works. It's recomputing after the persistence as to what the output should be. That makes sense. So here. Yep. Okay, so I'm at the persist capture row, and then the server writer mode select section here. And it makes sense. It's basically saying there's 2 types of modes, where it's either capture only or capture input plus a transfer to the deliverable side. So two things. First, the way it's written right now is only respecting the template slash schedule handlers, but really there would be more. It's any state of action handler, basically. And then for now, what we have is template and schedules, but there would be more later. So it could either be other toolkits, template, or schedule, basically. And then the second thing is the way the map and the text that supports the map is written now is like it's kind of like a black box as to how that happens. Like it just says the template slash schedule handlers runs basically, but how that actually runs is a different story. And yeah, we haven't actually designed that yet, so it makes sense that we can't, fully detail it. Unless you can take a look back in the North Star and you can see maybe we have, and then we can actually develop this higher view map essentially regarding what happens at the actual deliverable handler side. Like there's probably more to be broken down essentially from deliverable handlers to transfer outcomes audit and then the roll up recompute. Like there's probably more that goes on in that section than what we have right now. It's a bit of a black box right now, which is understandable because of where we're at. But yeah, so account for that. Take a look in the North Star, also the other LLM prompts plan file. Take a look and see if you think there's any more we can add to this right now. And if not, this is basically just something that we will need to expand on in the future. Other than that, though, I think we're in a pretty solid place. Yeah, do a full pass of this first section here we've been working on up until where the map is, basically. And yeah, just check it over and let me know if you're in agreement that we're in a good spot, considering this most recent prompts additions that I just mentioned. I wonder how long we've been live. I think it's actually been a while. Maybe 6 hours. Close, yeah. Blood Mooner. So we get 80 here. We go get as high as we can, basically, with the money that we have for bone crossbows. And then I should probably, I don't know, like, it's kind of getting to a point on the hardcore here where, like, I mean, I can just get 99 defense, sure, but, I mean, is there a reason not to? I guess might as well just do it. Like, really, I would schedule, oh, it's Nelly, you're back. I'm good, how are you? I'm working on some, oh, I have the, whoops, there we go. I'm working on some more prompt stuff now. It's good, making progress every day. I think it's gonna work. My intuition says what I'm building is gonna work. Seems like it's coming together. Seems like we're in a good spot. Have you ever done this type of thing? Like, have you ever had, like, LLMs do work inside of your software where you need, like, very comprehensive prompts in order for them to, like, think properly? The mic's crackling. Oh, shit. Is it because I'm close? Is it, like, if I move back, is it better? Or, like, what type of crackling? Like, is it if I'm really close here? disconnecting. That's weird. You know what? Maybe let me just hold on. Does this? Oh no, not this one. Hold on. Does this sound better? Like, which mic do you prefer? This one? Or this one? This one? Or this one? This one's higher quality, I think, but I think you're saying it's like crackling or something. And then this one's probably... Yeah, so how much is it crackling? Like, I'm trying to think, why would it be doing that? Hold on. I don't know why it would be doing that. It doesn't pick up my voice. Is it crackling or it's not picking up my full... Like, fully what I'm saying? Is that better now? Does that seem like it's doing a better job? I'll listen back to the VOD later and see. Yeah, I'll look back later. Does it sound better now that I unplugged it? Okay, we'll just use this one for now, I guess. I'm trying to think why it would be doing that. Maybe... Yeah, I'm not sure. The way the mic is set up, it has this, like, intermediary, like, MIDI control. Yeah, it's an XLR, so it's plugged into, like, a interface, basically, and there's probably some sort of problem with the interface. Like, I don't think it's the cord, I think the interface might be... No, it's a UR22. Kind of older. It's like a Steinberg is what it's called. Hold on. I have an idea. AFK warning. AFK warning. I basically just unplugged and replugged the entire thing. I don't know if it sounds better now. Hold on. How is this? Is it still crackling? Yeah, it is a good one. It's a little older, but it's high quality, so I'm not sure. It could have to do with the like a power supply issue because it's plugged into my laptop, right? And sometimes there's weird things that go on where like you're not supplying enough power. Yeah. So probably what I need is to like it needs an external power source or something like that. Yeah, that's you're probably right. That's probably what it is. Okay, for now I'll leave it on this one. Yeah, like I do have. Hold on, let me see. Hold on. I'm not sure which of these it was. Hold on, let me do a test. Did this? No, so that's not that. Probably. I feel like I actually do have it plugged into a powered USB hub right now. I think it actually is already, so I'm not sure why it's doing this. Yeah, like I'm almost certain I actually do have it plugged into basically the best thing it can be plugged into right now. I'm not sure why it's doing that. Maybe I need like it's like another separate like a specific USB hub because like I have monitors. So basically, what I have is a USB hub that also is supporting additional monitors. Like I'm running everything off a laptop, which is very finicky with these types of things in terms of supplying enough power. So I do have like an external power supply powering that hub that is supporting like the other monitors and everything. And I'm pretty sure from what I can see I have all the cords taped up so it's hard to tell, but I'm pretty sure the interface is plugged into the USB hub. And I guess it's just not enough power for it, maybe because all of the other things are also running off of it. And so it's like competing for power. Yeah, it's powered. Yeah, like it's plugged directly into an outlet. It's like 100 watt, I'm pretty sure, USB hub, but it also has a bunch of other things plugged into it. So it's weird. I mean, it's possible that the hardware inside of what's it called? Inside of the Steinberg is malfunctioning. Like that's also possible. So I don't know. Hold on. I have an idea. Let me try turning the gain down on this and then hold on. Let me see. Like how does this sound now? Like is it still crackling? Because I think it might have been like really over peaking before. It's still crackling, eh? Hmm. So it's not the gain. Like this is just making it louder. That's fine. It's not that. I know what you mean though, because like I did a lot of like audio recording in the past, and I noticed that this mic. I already know the sound you're talking about because like when I used to do audio recording in FL Studio, it did this sometimes, where it would like go like like you know what I mean? Like I know exactly what sound you're talking about. Like it glitches in and out like temporarily and basically just doesn't record you while it glitches out. Yeah. Like I know exactly what you mean. Um yeah, I'm not sure why. Let me try flipping some of the switches on the mic. Did this do anything? Is this better? Anything here? Here. All the same. Yes. Probably something to do with the interface. Something weird with the interface is my guess. Or some sort of like laptop issue, like I actually don't know. But I've been having this issue for a while. It's probably the interface itself if I had to guess. Let me try switching to the other input. Did this fix anything? I put it on the other input. Like on input 2 instead of input 1. Is that any better? No. Mm-mm. What about now? That any better? Mm. Last thing I can think of is maybe this. Did that do anything? Anything now? We're gonna shelf it for now. It is what it is. I did, yeah, I unplugged it. I believe. Um, I unplugged it on the. Hold on. believe it's Discord, one sec. Okay, no, so it's not that. Hold on. Oh, you know what? It might be this. Hold on. Was that? Oh no, that was my camera. I just unplugged. Hold on. Hold on. Okay, that's that. Hmm. Oh, is it? It might be this one. Hold on. This should be it. Okay. I have so many cords here, I can't even tell which one is the interface. Is it not this one? I swear. By process of elimination, it has to. Nothing is making sense, right? Is there another USB slot that I don't? Or what is going on? Hold on, give me a sec. Okay, I found it. Okay, so it was that one. It was plugged into the laptop. So let me try plugging this actual power. Okay, so it's plugged in now over here. Hold on. Can't hear anything. Okay, so no, so the way okay, so I see the problem. I know why it's not working. Test, test. Okay, how is it now? Is it crackling at all? Test, test, test. A B C D E F G H I J K L M N O P. Crackle, crackle, crackle. It shouldn't be crackling now. I'm pretty sure. Still there? Okay, then it's definitely has to do with the I think the power supply. Basically what I did is I tried plugging it into like the external USB thing. Like it is actually plugged into the laptop right now. And I thought resetting it might temporarily fix it, but it didn't. And for some reason when I plugged it into the external power supply hub here, it just didn't even register the mic anymore. For some weird reason. I don't know why. But it didn't. So yeah. might need another external hub, essentially, that is just a USB to like a USB hub that has its own external power source, and then it should work. But the hub that I have now didn't support it either, even though it has its own external supply. So the only fix I can think of is another independent power source for like another USB hub. And if that doesn't fix it, then the interface is just broken, I think. How bad is this quality, this mic here? Like, is it way worse? Is it too quiet now? Like, because it's in a different position than it usually is, so... No, it's a completely different mic. This is like, I just started using this mic, like, I think yesterday or something. It's a bit raw. You know what, I can make it better. Hold on. Yeah, it is. It's always going to be more raw. It's never going to look quite the same. Hold on. I can make it a bit better, though. So, did this sound better or worse, what I just did? Better, worse, better, worse. This is option A. Option B. Okay, so that one is needed. And then I think if we do this... Does this sound better now? What I just did? Does that sound better? Is this better? Like a little less. Okay, yeah. So, anything else? Is it too quiet? Anything like that? Or like it's pretty good now? A little bit too loud. Okay, so what we need then is to turn the gain down a bit. How's this? Is that too loud still, or that's okay? How's that? This is good. Okay, I'm gonna just bump it like a little bit, because usually a little bit louder is better than too quiet. Is this okay here? How's that? Too loud, or this is okay? Okay, awesome. Okay, this is what we're going to use from now on. We're going to pretend we're talking in this mic because it looks better, but really we're talking in a different mic. That's the new meta. Until maybe the day comes where we can fix making this actual mic work. How much difference is the quality now in this versus this? Like, ignore the crackling, but how big is the quality difference between this and this? Big difference? Yeah, that's what I thought. Okay, so I'll figure out in the long term how to fix the other one, I guess. For now, it just is what it is. No, it's not a webcam mic. It's this, like, it's called a Snowball. You probably know what it is. A blue Snowball. It's just a little bit far away from me. Yeah. It's like a typical starter mic that, like, everybody gets. Yeah. You can hear me again now? Yeah, it should be good. So, yeah, I'm not 100% sure what's going on with the Steinberg thing. Weird. Anyways. Yeah. Yeah. Forget what I paid for mine. Yeah, the blue Snowball is like the industry standard, like, starter mic, I swear. Like, everybody has it or has had it. Yeah, you can make them sound fine. I just don't think on OSB there's enough you can do in terms of audio engineering to actually make it sound really good. Like, I'm looking at the plugins here and I'm not seeing much else you can do. Maybe this. Hold on. Is that better now? Actually, that could have made a huge difference, possibly. Did that do anything useful? This is better. Okay, so how big of a quality difference do we have now between that and this minus the crackling? How's this? Okay, true. That's okay. It doesn't need to be perfect, honestly. This is fine for now. This is fine. I'll look more into why my actual mic is not working properly another time. Like maybe it'd be as simple as plug this in, plug it out. Try it one more time. Hold on, I'm putting up my thing here. Any crackling fix gone? Or still crackly? Snap, crackle, pop. To be honest, I wasn't hearing, like, I checked all the VODs and stuff before, like, I was testing the mic, and I didn't hear any crackling, so I'll go back and look at this stream after. See what's going on. But when I tested it, it was fine. Yeah, it's probably on my end, most likely, because I've had issues with this mic before. It could also be the actual mic itself is possible. Like the mic could have hardware issues. That's another huge possibility. So yeah, like who honestly knows? There's like I would say there's three possibilities here. It's either the interface, the power supply of the interface, or the mic itself. Yeah, it is. To get really good audio, it's not easy. I made music for a long time, so I know all about it. Like, yeah, it's not easy to get good audio. And the difference between good audio and bad audio is like such a big difference. So it's something that matters, but it's really hard to get right. Yeah. XLR is always going to be the best, but it's just really finicky, especially if you're running on like a laptop. Like I swear it's just like destined to fail. You just don't have enough power, usually is the problem. Like honestly, I'm almost 100% sure it's a power issue. Like I'm almost certain. It probably needs its own independent power source. That's my guess. Okay, let me try to pick back up where I was here. So did it make any changes to... I bought another subscription. Yeah, just bought another subscription on a different account. And then you can just log in another Pro Plus or whatever, the mid-tier plan. Yeah, a new account, yeah. You just make a new account and you can just log into Cursor with the different accounts and everything is stored local on your machine. So you can log into any account and pick up wherever you were. You don't lose anything. Like literally you don't lose anything. You can just log into different accounts and it's as if they were the same account. So the math is basically until you need 4 Pro Plus plans per month, it's more cost effective than the highest tier plan they have. So if you're using 3 or less Pro Plus plans per month, It's cheaper than just buying one of the highest tier plans. And for us, it's, yeah, we're under that, so. For now, because we're using auto. If we weren't using auto, it would be a different story, but auto seems to be working fine. Yeah, so when you select the model, it's bad. Like, it really burns credits fast, like, really fast. But, if you use auto, it's pretty good. It's actually, like, you can get a lot done with auto. But then you don't get to pick which model you're using, obviously. And if you're not happy with it, then you're kind of stuck. So, yeah, pros and cons. No, I've actually never used Claude Code, but I mean, this is basically Claude Code. Like, you just use Opus, right? And then that's the same thing as Claude Code. Like, if you're running Opus 4.8 inside of Cursor, that's the same thing as Claude Code, right? Unless I'm wrong, but I'm pretty sure it's literally the same thing. I think. Yeah, the usage is better on Claude, of course, yeah. But it's the same functionality. I'm actually not sure if in Cursor you can, like, can you just add your own models? Like, can you just, like, here is API keys. Yeah, it looks like you can, at least for OpenAI, but don't know if you can do it for Claude. At that point, though, why would you use Cursor? You would just go into VS Code and do it that way at that point. You wouldn't use Cursor anymore if you were going to do that. I think Cursor becomes good if you're going to use auto. As long as you're okay with using auto, Cursor is pretty good. $5.4 billion. That is a lot of tokens. Yeah, the API would be extremely expensive if you went that way. Like, if you're getting billed the raw, like, per token thing, like via OpenAI API, you would get billed like some insane amount. Yeah. Hold on, let me just figure out what happened in this last prompt. I want to make sure it didn't do anything I wasn't aware of. Yeah, so there's separate handlers, basically. So, okay, that's good. That's good. And then we can just add more handlers if needed. So, okay, so instead of showing like template handler, scheduler handler, let's basically just say this is like a gate as for which handlers will run. And then, like, long term, it may or may not have more handlers, like for toolkits, stuff like that. But the way it reads right now is it's like the handler router runs, and then it always runs templates, always runs schedule, and then like later, if we added toolkits, you would just kind of like sandwich that in here somewhere, which doesn't make sense. Like before the transfer outcomes audit. So basically, it's like there's a handler router, and then it's essentially a box of okay, whatever states of action handlers run based on that router, and we can further expand on that later, but for now that level of detail is probably fine inside of the map. And then let me just scroll up to the text here. Give me 1 second. Yeah, so I think here you added the server, handler, router, and delivery side, explaining what we had gone through before. So let's make it more clear based on what I just said. Just update that little section for server, handler, router, and delivery side as well. The other guy is, this morning, he said that his brother needed the car, so he couldn't come, and then in the middle of the day, basically something along the lines of it. Long story short is he couldn't come today. Something like that. And I don't think he is here tomorrow. Oh no, he's here briefly tomorrow, and then Sunday I don't think he's here. And then Monday he'll be back. Yes, today we are by ourselves. Oh, you know what? I just realized that it has the mic on the other mic in cursor. Is this gonna get fucked up? Like, I'm not sure which mic it's registering right now. Like, look, you see it's spinning. I know something has happened. Where is the... Hold on. Test, test, test. So it's picking up my audio. That's weird. It just had an error or something. I guess I have to re-explain everything I just said. Huh. That's weird. Okay, the one thing I want to change is instead of having these separate, like, template handler, schedule handler types of thing in the map, it'll basically be like after the handler router runs, it'll decide which of the state of action handlers need to run. So, like, in the future, we'll also have a toolkit handler. The way it reads right now is like templates always runs and schedule always runs, but really it's like a gating condition at the handler router. And then it runs the specific handlers depending on what the product supports at that time, and then based on what the handler actually gates. So change the map to reflect that, and then also change the text inside of server, handler, router, and delivery side above the map so it more accurately reflects that design. Okay, so that was like a bug or something, I guess. Bagel 2, what's the project? The project is basically the future of how humans and LLMs will interact with each other on a day-to-day basis. Essentially, it's like an operating system for your life, so to really show you what I mean, I would have to demonstrate it, but long story short is basically it is a product that helps you optimize your life through a new way of doing scheduling, and then there's also a coaching layer that gets built on top of it. And yeah, it's like a life operating system that focuses on essentially helping you run your life better. And it uses LLMs to do reasoning inside of the app on top of some cleverly thought about data structure that supports that type of functionality. That's basically the best way I could describe it. Yeah, so for now, there would... Yeah, that's the idea. So I'm wondering if we want to also add in the essentially toolkits gated and other gated, I guess now, just so it's the map is fully inclusive of what the product will eventually support. I'm trying to think. Yeah, so toolkits would definitely live here at this level, like on the deliverable side for things related to toolkits, and then I think other would probably live here as well. I think that makes sense. And then let me just go up and look at the text here that you updated. Yeah, so also just re-update the server, handler, router, and delivery side to update these further changes. I don't know how to say this. KY Muck. KY Muck F 7U05. I know what he means. I know exactly what he means, actually. This is all the same. How do I zoom into this? Can't. This is right. Template, schedule, toolkits, other. Yeah, this is good. Yeah, this is good now. And then what these do is a black box for now, because we haven't defined them, but then it would do answer outcome audit, roll up recompute, and then yeah, okay, this is good now. So let me just read this. Yeah. Okay, good. I'm just reading the server, handler, router, and delivery side, and under the map scope section, it's saying that this subsection is an implementer index, normative handler behavior lives in North Star and handler router. Remember that we cannot use any language inside of here that is referencing things that will not make sense in the future when the North Star plan file doesn't exist. Like, this is meant to be read as a standalone document. So yeah, update that language there, and then also make sure that across everything we've written so far inside of the runtime prompts plan file, it doesn't have that same type of language. Yeah, that's good now. Okay, good. Good. Okay, bro. Have a Have a good night. Get some rest. Keep grinding. I'll do the same. You know, software goes like this, bro. It's like, I'm sure you know, it's like nothing happens. Hold on, I got the wrong angle. It's like nothing happens. Nothing happens. Like a little bit starts to happen. Little bits happening day by day. Little. And then all of a sudden, it's, you know, we're in the stage right now where it's still little wind every day. But after all those little pieces come together, and then you click this magical build button all of a sudden, and then it's implemented and working, you get a lot of momentum. So we're on that inflection point right now. We're approaching the inflection point, I would say. This is a lot of like really important, difficult groundwork that takes forever. Very difficult. So yeah, thank you. Good luck with whatever you're working on, and I'll see you around. Have a good night. What is this piece we're on right now? It's very difficult to give you a full scope of the answer without confusing you, because there's so many things going on around what I'm doing right now. But long story short is what I'm designing right now is essentially what I have already designed is the full data structure that supports the software's functionality. And what I'm writing right now is basically prompts for LLMs to use inside of the software, given user inputs, in order to correctly turn those inputs into the targeted data structure and then support app functionality. So basically what we're writing right now is the layer between how do we turn the human input into the targeted data structure in order for the app to do what it needs to do. And that is accomplished by writing prompts for LLMs in order to take user input and turn it into data structure. That's what we're doing right now. Because the app is fully voice controlled, right? And because of that, you essentially need a mechanism to turn voice input into your target data structure. And the mechanism that we are choosing to do that is structured prompts where LLMs reason across the targeted data structure and the nature of the user's input, and then it fits those inputs to the data structure. And we're basically writing out all those instructions right now. Yeah, exactly. Yeah. So like what you don't want to do is just like say like come up with like you don't want to just tell it, okay, here's the idea for my app, do whatever, figure out the data structure, figure out how to parse it, blah blah blah. Like just do it all. It won't work because it's too complicated and you need to think through all the different types of edge cases and like how you're trying to accomplish the app's functionality, and you basically need to set the LLM up for success when it does that parsing of the natural speech, and you need to be very careful about that. So that's what we're doing right now. Basically, like the best way I could describe this is it's almost like an LLM on top of an LLM. Like it's an operating system for LLMs in the context of running people's day-to-day lives. That's the best way I could describe it. It's like it's a framework for LLMs to operate within in a way that's like reliable, you know, rather than just like giving them a black box and being like figure it out. Okay, I'm just looking at part 4 right now for the user-facing API responses, and there's actually two sections to this. Like the one you accounted for right now is when it goes down the non-failure path at the intake gate, but you didn't give um the endpoints for where when it goes down the failure path, which is either silence or unintelligible, because those are different types of errors than what you have here for validation failure after one repair, right? Like there's different types of those error paths. So essentially, there's two types of Part 4 user-facing API responses. One is when the intake gate passes, and one is when the intake gate fails. So make sure you account for both of those inside of Part 4.
Ditch the notepad, ditch the notes app, just say your workout. Bench press, 225 for 8, 185 for 6. Dumbbell lateral raises, 40 pounds for 10 for 6. Then save your workout, and then on the homepage, you can jump right into your past workouts. You can easily view your past workouts and sets and log with just a few taps. Or you can log with voice log again, 40 pounds for 6.
Okay, that looks good now. The validation after repair happens. Where is it? Let's zoom in on this. Can't see anything. Here, so so it's only when you go down the writer path. If it's unmappable, you never do this. So yeah, that's correct then. Um, I'm looking at the terminal path summary, and it's definitely not all encompassing right now. Like, what about the validation success path where it runs all of them and then it does persist the data? Right. So just think through the entire map and make sure that this terminal path summary section is actually fully encompassing. If it's not, we should just get rid of it. But yeah, the better option is just make sure it actually correctly summarizes all of the paths. Okay. So it might run another B, yeah. So it's unmappable. It may or may not run, depending on if there's hints. And then it fails, so it runs D. Yeah. And then that case where it may or may not be mappable, validator fails, not persistent. And then this is when says capture only validator passed, so it doesn't run C. Capture only fails. Yep. Capture plus transfer. Plus, yeah. Or I think that should be everything. Okay, that's definitely better now. I think it covers everything, but I didn't check it very carefully. Yeah, just do one final look through and make sure that this summary really is all encompassing. But I believe we have accounted for everything. So basically there's two types of intake gate failures. Then once it's unmappable, it either does or doesn't run another request B, depending on if there's hints. And then in the case where there is a validation error that either went through the having to run the second repair for B as well, like a retrial, where it would throw the error. Then the other case would be where it didn't pass and then it did run the validator. And then another case is when we have where the validator does pass and doesn't need to run, so that would be success capture only. And then, yeah, again, there would be success capture plus transfer as well. And then I already said success capture plus transfer after repair, then the analogous would be the one without repair. Yeah, so I think this should be all encompassing. Just do one more pass and make sure. What I want to do is combine these paths, essentially, A and B, just into this. We should just add another column. And just call it something to do with the response. Oh, so it's actually already here, part 4 response. So it's just mapping over. Okay, so I think it's fine, actually. So silence, unintelligible, then we have clarify, validation error, success, 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 success. So we only have one validation error, is that right? No, there would be two, but yeah, it's hidden here as the two. Okay, so I think we have the full terminal path now. I'm just wondering if path A and path B above are a bit redundant with what we just described now in terminal path, because we do have the part 4 response, but I guess it's just explaining like that silence or whatever, like what that actually means and maps to in path A versus path B. So I guess it's not entirely redundant. I guess it's doing something useful. I guess you should just do one final path. One final pass and make sure that this terminal path summary is fully encompassing. I think it is now. But yeah, just do one more check and make sure. So I think everything up until here should be good. It should all be good now. Everything from here down. I just want you to do a quick pass from the top of the document, like the first line where it says LifeOS runtime prompts. Do a full run through from there up until what we have covered so far, essentially where the map is. Make sure everything is aligned. There's no stale context. Nothing is contradictory. Just make sure everything is coherent and makes sense. I'm looking at just one table right now that looks weird for some reason. It's called terminal paths summary. Is this what we just did? Oh, yeah, this is. So for some reason the table looks weird. It's like it's maybe because it's too big. It's like splitting up. Like in one table it has walkthrough branch and terminal rows, but then like a big blank space and then like terminal outcome and everything is below that. I'm not sure if this is intended to be two separate tables or what's going on, but the top table, walkthrough branch and terminal rows, has like a big blank space between terminal rows and the far right. So something about that table looks weird. Yeah, anyways, do a full walkthrough from the top of the document to the where the map lives, and then I'll continue picking up from there after we do this pass. There's something very weird going on with the text-to-speech right now. It's not working properly. How do I see which mic is hooked up? Okay, this is annoying. Okay, everything looks good. I want you to do one final pass from the top of the document to the map section. Basically, there's no stale context and there's nothing contradictory existing. Wait, it did it. I'm so confused. Hold on. And this, I'm so confused actually. Now this is no longer. I'm very confused. Okay, I think everything looks good now. I want you to do one final pass from the top of the document all the way down to the map. So basically everything we've gone through so far. And then after that, we'll pick up at the next section. But for now, just take a look through there and make sure there's no stale or contradictory context. Make sure everything is aligned. Yeah, go ahead and make those changes. And then if there are any, just point me to what you changed. If everything is already good to go, you don't need to change anything. Something very weird is going on. I need to restart cursor after this stream here. Things almost like oh, I just drank. Dual Macalada. Meow. Okay, I think I'm gonna wrap it up here. I'm just gonna read this and then I'm gonna continue from here tomorrow. How much do we have left of this section? I'll worry about this tomorrow. Okay, so basically we've made it through part 2. The next thing should be Riverside. Yeah. And then it should continue on to Okay, I'm just looking down now past where the map is, just kind of setting myself up for the next session because I'm pretty much ready to stop here for today. And I'm noticing that it's kind of getting a bit all over the place. Like, to my understanding, what we're doing right now is essentially walking through the pipeline, right? And what we've done so far is essentially, hold on, let me just scroll up. We've done parts, I believe, 1 through 4, right? And then the map is essentially the final kind of, okay, here's the full overview and the walkthrough. Like the diagram to explain the actual pipeline walkthrough above. So what's going on below the map here? Why are we like going back over like server side things inside of part 2? Just explain to me what's going on after the map here, and if this should exist in this section, or if we're kind of sort of like drifting away from like a nice solid structure right now. Everything up until the map seems to make sense, but then yeah, after it seems a bit all over the place. So let me know what you think, let me know what's going on, and to fix it, let me know. Yeah. Yeah, so it's not that I don't think we necessarily need what's happening after the map. I'm just questioning whether or not this is where it should live, right? Like, didn't we just do the entire pipeline walkthrough, like, including, like, you know, for example, right below the map, the first thing that it is server delivery side reference detail. Should that not just live inside the pipeline walkthrough? Or should this essentially be like its own brand new section, right? Like, so we have essentially the pipeline walkthrough, right, which is what we just did basically all the way up until the map, and then after that, I guess if we're not going to combine this into the above section, the next thing below the map should be its own new thing, right, where it's something along the lines of like some sort of like further detailing or whatever. Like, it should be its own section. And if so, it shouldn't be so limited to what's here. Like, it should be going into more detail, essentially, regarding, like, I guess, the entire data structure, honestly. Like, if we're going to be adding, like, these specific details and stuff like that. So, anyways, yeah, it definitely feels weird right now. Not 100% sure what to do about it. I am also getting tired, so I'm not working with the freshest mind right now or ability to think super clearly. So, yeah, just let me know what you think, and and essentially get me set up for what needs to change next. I see. So basically, what lives below the map right now are the server side sort of instructions, which obviously later will just exist in terms of code. But in this document, the purpose is essentially to detail what's happening in between and across parts 1 to 4 on the server side. Right? Is that kind of the idea? If so, that's fine. We can definitely make that its own section, like server and data reference, which would basically be describing all of the data structure that supports essentially parts 1 through 4, like fully detailing everything that goes into the structure, like in reference with the North Star as well as the LLM prompts plan file, which I think would actually make this document a lot stronger if there was that full reference to the underlying data. And then essentially the other part of that section, or I guess it would be two separate sections. Like there's like a data section and then a server section, which basically explains, what the role of the server is at each part, and it should explain which, like where that maps to in terms of the map we just defined, and then as well as the parts 1 to 4, like where those server calls actually happen. So yeah, I'm thinking something along those lines is what we would start to do next. Hello. I'm just finishing. No, I'm just finishing my stream right now. Like literally right now.